I am 10 minutes late, but to be fair, I have been awake for like a couple of hours and just now realized, oh shit, I'm about to stream. Oh shit, I have not eaten. So I ran around like a hellish chicken making or eating up leftovers. I made hot chocolate in the microwave and I mixed apple juice in a 1 liter bottle. So if anyone's gonna abuse the drinking redeem or the hydrate redeem, go ahead. That's okay. And should probably start up said console. Controller is been using the Nintendo Switch controller and the Xbox controller, and but that the PS4 one is breaking.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
After maybe the 4th or 5th case Watson joined you on. I've not read the books. I've seen a couple of Sherlock Holmes shows. Mostly the one with Martin Freeman as Watson and Benedict Cumberbatch as Sherlock. That variant is so funny. And then I've seen a couple of Sherlock Holmes games played by the YouTuber Woodfire. They're great. Kew Gardens.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
Sorry, took a couple of bites of my breakfast slash lunch.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favor for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Well, you'll be
Here
a
it is.
delight to
This
work
is the
with.
place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house.
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
Okay, so this is where Holmes is from.
Do not touch.
The plants were here. All of them were stolen.
Do not touch.
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
Yep, move. Else. Sh- Aha.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead. The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it. Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash, most likely a head wound. The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed. This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. The esconson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection.
All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all. Very strange. Half of the Colonial Collection is absent. These windows were perfectly cleaned. The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
Robot,
A
maybe?
fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture.
Right.
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned. These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
In the 1800s.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Given how exotic some of these plants are, they need time to imagine. Jesus Christ.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
Perform an autopsy on Dunn. The death is suspicious. Why had he forced the door of the Colonial Collection room? Why had someone cleaned and emptied the room? Was it a trap or simple accident?
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
Either by you or the coroner has already done. Ah, figured.
This watch is of great value. A membership card for the London Crest Club. A beautiful feather pen of a good make.
Mr. F. Wayne, director of Wayne Sons Printing Company. My friend, your posters for the great exhibition at Kew Gardens are very beautiful, but it is surely unnecessary to mention all of the staff. My name alone will be sufficient. Someone was a jerk in life. Where was the morgue? Here was the morgue. When deceased?
First of all, let us carry out an external examination. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy. No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here.
That's beginning to... Ouchie.
There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Thank you, Watson.
heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs.
Finally.
There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death. The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction.
They're not supposed to be that big.
The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
That's starting in 10 seconds, so.
Autobots, roll out!
Hi, Jay. Just gonna update on the blue sky. Because I forgot to do that in my dizziness. Done stomach, large intestines, not all, and a little bit on the heart. Lung select.
The lungs are congested and edematous.
Hi, roll.
Autobots, roll out!
Damn.
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant. My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean
Yes, it is murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No, a few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
Thought the director was your buddy. Let's see. Find the stolen plans from the last exhibition. Find the plant that caused Montague's death. Inspect all the buildings and find out who killed. A dead friend or an interesting case depends on how you want to view it, really. It is Sherlock also, so. are here.
Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory.
Yep.
Nursery. Seed house. Ventilation system. Dry tropics. Water lily greenhouse. Colonial collection.
We must have gone down farmhouse to enter the water lily.
Palm house. Reserve. A map of Kew Gardens.
Might as well yap with you. First.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression, great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say. He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
I wonder if he lets us through. Admin office and stuff.
Locked.
Not the offices. Sorry?
Locked.
Oh, here's the nursery.
Locked. Nursery.
Probably in case of cutting yourself or, like I said, handling painters. Anyway. Interesting.
There is a smell of burning.
Jesus.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
And everywhere else.
A water tank.
Alright, who's burning?
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. A broom handle was half burned. A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the Colonial Collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material. The remains of a picture frame.
I may have found the missing plants. Poppers.
Dry tropics. These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
I like these sphere-formed cactuses. But you need a very strong metal boot in order to kick them. I Preferably in someone's face. If they royally piss you off. Their own ones? Yeah. Oh, what then? These ones. Cover yourself in metal, find your target, kick, hope it hits. Should be. I have no idea how to pronounce that.
Water lily greenhouse.
Like, I went to a florist school and
According to
we had
this,
some.
they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
We had like some classes of potted plants, but that never really stuck with me.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
I still have all the learning materials in my room. But I think the book I'm mostly leafing through is that of the snittblommor. Oh yeah, it is. Hot flowers. And I also have these artificial made ones from IKEA. So I tend to practice making the bouquets and stuff just to make sure I still have it. And time my speed. That is a landscaper, so I got it, and I had a base where I like cacti and succulents. I've always thought about getting succulents, but in that case, it might be the Lego ones. I could get artificial ones, of course, but may not be as fun. I fell into some cacti, which ruined it. Ouch. So you still like the succulents, but have stepped away from the cacti.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Yes, succulents are always nice, and more potted plants now. Fair enough. Farmhouse.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Some more wet tropics. Granddad liked orchids. I don't have patience for them, they are too picky for me. Yeah, I think my mom She tries to have an orchid once in a while. So I'm really thinking of... oh, my back. Thinking of saving up for 2 of the Lego botanical sets. The succulents for me and the orchid for my mom. Because the only Lego in general I have is the botanical bonsai tree. Right now it has the green leaves on them. The pink ones are in a container beside it. Probably change it to around spring. Starting. Passing through.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Oh, hi. You were here. Sure. Oh, there you are. If you would like to down, please.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively, with indifference.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Right. Oh, right here. Oh, Watson, why do you always have to be... Ah. What the shit? Oh god, you joke. And how am I supposed to get to that one without... it? Question is, on the right, or do I go all the way left? Damn it. We're gonna be here a while.
Pick up me hearty yo ho.
Probably gonna need it. Hi, Lattice.
Anti-shrimp mode!
Fine.
Time to stretch.
You're using everything, aren't you? I'm doing good. This lock is really tricky though. Whatever. That lock was driving me insane. My dear friend, please allow me to express my disappointment upon reading your last letter. I am paying you to defend me, not to accuse me. The Kew Gardens is a royal institution. We are granted the great opportunity to travel the world and to save the most extraordinary, precious, and rare species of plant. Our duty is to protect such species, and from those who might wish to use them for dubious purposes. This divine syndicate of whom we speak have no right to hold such precious plants. Remember the case of June 89. So I must respectfully ask you once again to notorious the permission on these plans on behalf of Kew Gardens. Documents were sent to you on Monday. Yes, see you in Boodles on Tuesday as always. No complaints. Hello, I recognize that symbol. Mr. Dunn, we must ask you, the last time, for the return of our dear sisters. You do not have any right to hold them imprisoned. They do not belong to you. Your so-called permissions are wholly false. You are hiding behind lies. The lie, need not elaborate, was reported in the press as the case of June 14th, 1889. Did we just about that? Yes, we did. What you have done is quite abhorrent. Be very sure that we shall never abandon our family members. Trusted you and regret to have done so. Okay, what the heck is that supposed to be about?
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Okay. I remember. Death of Margaret White to Montague Dunn. Rental of a suite of rooms at Oxford Street. An educational scholarship at London University. Credits open in Hamilton. Radigan House, Taylors, and at Baird and Sons, Luckily. Okay.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
New plant species. Kew Gardens team are pleased to announce the successful production of a new variety of barley. One that retains a complete resistance to the cold. They have named it the Siberian barley. Mr. Martin Hamish, the proud cultivator of the graft, will hold a press conference next Monday morning upon this very subject. Dearest Margaret, following our conversation, I believe it may be better if you vacate your position here at Kew Gardens. As you pointed out quite bluntly, you are no longer in need of my support. You're quite able to stand up for yourself in this world, as you say. Well, I give you back your freedom, and wish you nothing but good luck. Break up. Great. Fun to know that.
French wine, a remarkable vintage.
What's so vintage about fermented grape juice?
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
He's still drowning the plants.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Don't know about good taste. Champagne tastes like old feet. Yep.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
One is missing.
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here. Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
I must have.
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
Figured. Oh, you are kidding me. I give up.
Open. Miss White's locker. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Dear Mother and Father, I am writing this letter with reluctance to ask for help. My studies and my housing costs have proven to be more expensive than I anticipated. I fear, therefore, that I may not be able to manage in the long term. Know that you have had our disagreements. Oh, I know that we have had our disagreements in the past. Would you please be so heartless as to allow your daughter to fail studies due to lack of money? Hello, B. Welcome on in. As a punishment, good choice. Yeah, some of the minigames are very irritating, like the lock puzzle. But otherwise, they are pretty fun. Where's his Deerstalker hat? I think get back at Baker Street. I have to get Toby soon anyway, so I'll try and find it.
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student.
In chemistry. Hi.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
Letter. Dear Margaret, I know how your financial troubles are overwhelming you at this present time. Please let me reassure you that I could not permit you to remain in such a dilemma. I was born of a wealthy family. I would consider it an honor if you might accept my help. Either a good friend or a good boyfriend. One of the two.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Yeah, I'll say. Our family. Margaret, we were surprised to receive your letter. How can you think to ask us for money after all these years that have passed since you left, and without any thought of us? Never shared with us any detail of your success at the university, but you choose to do so now. We suppose you must be ashamed of us, for we are not from the same high class as your new friends. Yes, we are modest people, but you should learn to put your family first as we at home have always done, and none of us have ever compromised their reputation. As it appears you have already lawyer Mr. Dunn. No, Margaret, it is you who makes us feel ashamed. Loving parents, I think.
Martin Hamish's locker. Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
What's he doing here? Mr. General Secretary. Oh god, it's going to be a lot of reading. Recent events unfolding at Kew Gardens oblige me to renew my application for the management position. As I have stated already in my previous letters, I believe that no one is better suited for the post. While Mr. Montague Dunn was alive, I understood your reservation for my suggestion. Reasons were political, and I was happy to comply. But now, the Kew Gardens lies in disorder. How can I stand by and allow it? How can I leave them in the hands of an inexperienced people with no motivation? I must urge you to cast your decision as a matter of urgency, so that I may devote myself entirely to the noble task ahead, and free my mind from this uncertainty.
A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces. Father and I, Kew Gardens. Albert's locker. Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea.
And what is the poor thing doing here? Then again, the old man said he was forced to work here.
A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
Oh, that asshole! Sir, it is my regret to inform you that despite your excellent results within our entry exams, we are unable to invite you into the Royal Naval School. Father, Mr. Montague Dunn has expressed his intention to entrust you the directorship of the Botanical Gardens in Kew. Was I dead already, I would have killed him. And it is clear that he will not release you for an entire year of naval training. Please accept our best wishes for your future at Kew Gardens. Yours very faithfully, blah 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 blah, director of. Oh, hi.
Young Albert, standing with a woman in front of London University.
Else.
A botany
Cambridge.
book. This student's book belongs to Albert. Chemicals, a sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Have I played many Sherlock games before? No. I've seen several on YouTube. This is my first one that I'm playing. And I'm playing this on the PS4. Because Steam has cut support to Windows 7 and all them. Anything under Windows 10 has been cut out of support. If I want to get the games, I'll have to get them on the PlayStation. Or if they are on another gaming service. I only have Steam and GOG. And Amazon. We'll keep repeating to get Apex, but or Epic.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
They're all on Steam. Okay. Like I said, if they are Windows 7 capability, I no longer have it.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
Really decent prices as well. Let's quickly check. Nemesis, Devil's Daughter, Testament. Actually, I think every single one I've seen on YouTube is here. I think another game I might grab is Testament of Sherlock Holmes. Change out of the Steam app and check the PlayStation app. It's on the PlayStation, yeah, and it's 80% off. So let me grab that. Oh, here. That means we still have some Sherlock games to go through. Hopefully my PlayStation controller isn't breaking. Yep. Should be downloading in the background now of the one I played is version carpet.
I don't hear anything. This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Ouch. That's starting in 1 minute. I have not kept track. Am I done in? Okay. Nursery. It's a plant nursery. I thought it was a human nursery. God. Okay, ads are about to come in, so let's stretch our legs and pop like a firecracker. And we all returned.
A master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish. An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year.
He had served the longest, though that doesn't surprise me.
A glasses case. It is empty. A thesis written by Martin Hamish. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office. This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
Let me.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Vicious.
These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery. I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this place.
I believe it will.
Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common. It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
Curious that the broken fragment piece somewhere where the head wound was.
The seeds of plant species are stored here. Open.
Hello. Let's look around before yapping.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Could say that. Left box.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh, yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
How about your voice?
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic, and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Uh-huh. Okay, great. Okay, got that as a sim. Uh, But I need archive. Found that. Alright, Mr. Plant Jesus, where are you? Still drowning in the plants.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
Father.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to...
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father, so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Jason doesn't need house, he's out here. Birch. Still here.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
Oh, thank God.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Well, he's
Thank you, young
gone,
man.
so what's
We
stopping
shall
you
see
from applying again?
soon.
Let's check here first. You want me to check the plans? I am not reading through all of those names. These plants have a certain toxicity in common, more or less variable. Only the first three can be dangerous to humans, particularly chlorum, but only under very specific conditions. The plant should react to a process of aggression, against which it will issue deadly spores.
Here it is.
A broken pot. Fine. Here. Ah, found
That
it.
is not the one I need.
What do you mean not that one?
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
Damn it. I'm gonna have to look up a guy because I have no idea what he wants. Uh, Actually, okay. Where is the damn thing?
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
Oh yeah, where was his, deer hat? Someone requested his deer hat. It's probably in the closet. Let's see. Nope. Deer hat is not existing right now.
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
I'm stopping. Search for this. Didn't think I could actually. Why are we? Syndicate, followers of King Ivan, situation of blah blah blah. This organization or not.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the... That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not...
I'm to turn to. Dobby, your snout.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens. Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't aware that you were Watson's new literary agent.
That's right. I should have. Yep, anyone else me in the background? We have a doggy with us. We have Toby.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
Interesting. I'm holding the running button, but It's only so fast he can.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Let me go through every goddamn pot they have. I've clearly missed something. I'm gonna ask you about the bottle. Oh, it's growing like that. I thought it had fallen over. That. I want to clean that. Anything else here? Okay.
A ventilation system.
There's something I missed about the pots. By the way. Let's guess. Writing to inform you that the affair at the Abbey Grange was almost half a year ago now. Okay. Still resonates deeply in high society and remains a subject of much gossip. This case romantic background has attracted many suitors show willing to shelter and take pity on Dragonstone. But to this date, still serves her sentence with her maid Teresa and has rejected all offers of help. To be truthful, I suspect that the true motivation of these suitors may be related to Sir Eustace's title and money. What do you think? Probably money or wealth.
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
I'll look up the guide and see what it says about those damn pots. The London garden supplies. Is that? But production space. Oh. But quick. I need to ask about it. I'm an idiot. In that case, who to ask? Probably I wish.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
I'm not.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants. These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used.
But I think we found Albert's desk.
Materials for
Yep.
college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office.
Poor Mr. Montague Dunn. It is so awful.
Need a guard, you are useless. That's what I did wrong. I used a special sense when I'm in that pot. Examine the broken pot with the special sense when everything turns yellow, but I didn't look at it again after.
Dry tropics.
I didn't look at it again afterwards. That damns him.
This pot was broken fairly recently. This pot was broken fairly recently. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
Dictionary. Oh. I stopped. Enter the doctors.
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
to do that. Stop. Oh my god, this guy even had a solid solution on how to do the cloakroom puzzle. Well, I knew I wasn't getting all the achievements, so... Oh, there's a third shelf on Baker Street. Holy crap. There's a screenshot with the living room and the numbers 1, 2, 3 on the shelves. One is research, one is newspapers, one's are encyclopedias. It's you I need. Marks and symbols, divine. Thank God!
Here it is.
Ah, my brain! What are you saying? Marks and symbols. Oh wait, garden supplies. Ah! That one I remember from the useless guide.
Here it is.
That entails what? Analysis.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis.
I better not
This
blow up.
is the bottle that we found hidden at Kew Gardens. Let us use a pipette to take a sample of the liquid and fill a test tube. A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
What do you mean, taste?
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
I'm not gonna question it.
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you.
Oh, I dropped here.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
You have 2 chemists and 2 botanists there. Can't be harder than that, figure out. Oh, look, dancing men. And Holmes' fascination of shooting on the wall. Okay. To the syndicate.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
Asian garden, structures, I'm in heaven. A toy gate here. Ah, here's the pot. Ooh, hi. Did not expect to find... Oh,
A fragment of a flower pot. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
oh, hello.
The Kew Gardens symbol.
Interesting. Can I walk up here without getting shot? And I'll talk to him first. Howdy.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance, do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcomed you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Sure you are, Yoda.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate. Glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Kinda like when he talks, Yoda, and then he speed talks.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
Oh. Lord. Oh, wow. Hi, Zenith. And bye, I guess. I'm looking through the guide because my head. Trying to figure out what to say to this. Yoda. Confront him with garden symbol.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Okay, now we can at least go inside and kill that. Ready.
That should be the
Bye, Sam.
raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Okay. Honestly, that shouldn't surprise me.
The list of plant friends and benefactors, lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders.
You came to make a donation? Glory to Treewan!
This must be Treewan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
Okay.
This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Yes, I cheated. I followed the guide.
These instruments are used for smoking opium. This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens. That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. A vast amount of opium.
Stuff stinks. I think I know them by another name, but right now I can't figure it out.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
Hey, you just joined all of them.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. 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 These three plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
How did you not get gobbled up? touch. Yeah, that one's definitely good. Okay. Uh, okay. Currently experiment.
My analysis table. It is.
Fine. Deduction. Then. I think it's partial theft. I don't think they have anything to do with the murder experiment.
Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment. I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask.
Whoa!
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Whose bright idea was it to go make that plant? You do nothing but gobble.
This
Again.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
And now the pin. Time to duck.
My word! It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack.
Let's not test that theory.
It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed. It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it. My word! It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious.
Right. Oh. Oh.
It appears to open after being... My word! It shot a spike at me after I...
That is open.
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
Wait. What alcohol?
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. I am interested in what might occur. It appears to open. No reaction. This I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Quick about this.
My.
Ow. Oh, swap them like that. Oops.
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we... I am interested in what might occur.
I'm stupid. Yes.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary.
Got it.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Plants. Play. These are left. I don't think it's him. She, on the other hand. Double check. For that matter, where's her working place?
A map of London and the surrounding... A map of... Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly, I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house.
I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
Thank you, miss.
Oh, take it easy, Cam. Dear.
Here it is.
That opened earlier?
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
That's starting in 3 minutes. Okay. Albert, where are you?
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious. Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysip something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh, my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
That started. I'm actually gonna stretch my legs. Yes, we returned. And I actually stretched my legs. I popped my back and I went back and forth. To refill my glass.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system.
Okay, switch, I don't have.
First of all, I need to visit the Colonial Collection Room to see how those caterpillars dropped onto the deadly plants.
What? About to open the grid.
The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
Over this one. Oops.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Yeah, I figured.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
The harder eyes are up.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Oh wait, I need to start up the hole. That's why. It's the flash.
The power is on. The engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
50.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Not interested in that.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Okay, so it's not here. Want to be. Cannot see it.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Start.
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
Never mind. I'm an idiot. We needed both of them.
Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Oh. Sheha. Fine. Was Hamish. She's a student. Albert can't anything about plants. Hamish has 250 whatever. Awards and stuff. And he has knowledge in chemistry. First of all, actually missing a lot of stuff from the deduction board. I briefly do this.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Okay, so what am I missing? God. I have to arrest him. The yard, you say.
Locked. Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
What?
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Eh. What do you mean, no need to hurry? Whoa!
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Did not expect that. And for that matter, how long has he been like that? A while. And that he's grey.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
God. Life has become a living hell. Found it unbearable. John deserved to die, but I cannot forgive myself for having his blood upon my hands. We Hamishes seems to always have fallen victim to our circumstances. I find myself to be no exception. Must atone, and I shall do so here now. Farewell. Okay. And I examine his feet. Huh?
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Okay. What, is his leg longer than the other? Unable to run due to the... on his club foot. Yeah. Therefore, should find out if he had sufficient time to lock the door to the earlier room and act. Where are you? Standing there.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Let us analyze the facts and statements. so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Okay. Oh God. Hamish and Don went to meet Albert in the house around 12:30. Minutes 10 that Hamish and the backyard. Thank God that they are color coded. Let's return to the seed. Tropics. Wait, where did he then? 30. Okay.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Check them again.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was... Martin Hamish was Albert. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had Perfect.
Out. So with a club foot, it would have been impossible for Hamish to have been running. He must have stayed in here and activated the vent. It's either Albert, if he really ran, House. So, if Albert was in So depending on if Alfred was jogging or really sprinting, jogging takes 20 seconds to reach the door from the seed house. But at the same time, White had 20 minutes to commit the deed. Oh, here, body's gone. I'm starting to wonder that it might be. Albert. White is an accomplice. planning then, I guess.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
I have to prompt her.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop! I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Oh, damn it! Are you kidding me?
This is tragic, Holmes.
Are you able to do anything?
I'm afraid not. The poison has been fulgurating. Her heart stopped instantly, poor child.
Oh, I'm gonna try again. Replay. I highlighted her hand. What the hell happened?
But Holmes...
No.
Very...
Just...
What?
Nothing.
All right.
Oh, wonderful. You're only telling me how to use an Xbox controller. I'm on PS...
Mr. Holmes, good day to
I'm on
you.
PS4.
You do not seem surprised. No, so please.
You were...
It was Mark.
You could...
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop! I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Who the sake of fuck? Another thing. I'm going to skip it this time. Screw the achievement. Looking on how to get the DM ending. Another reason it only shows where the goddamn toaster Xbox, and the PC. Doesn't show for PlayStation. So I moved to mark her hand, and then she just inhaled the damn thing. It's medium. PlayStation. What you're saying is I keep missing her hand. Okay. It's not hitting X or square or anything on the PlayStation. It's just move the marker to her hand.
Well,
Not so.
you will.
It will.
You.
You think
You don't.
it is difficult? It is over, Miss White.
Over. Perhaps. One mo.
The other side. No, stop! I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Okay, now I saw the red on her hand. Shit.
This
I
is
give up.
tragic, Holmes.
Are you able to do anything?
I'm afraid not.
Give up. Now I actually managed to track that there was a red circle on her hand and I needed to move the marker to it. Failed that, like, what, 4 times? Accept decision. I keep... Ugh. Deadly flower. An achievement, just not the one I wanted. Ever. gone over time anyway. And during stream, like 2 hours ago maybe, I bought the Testament of Sherlock Holmes. Why do I do this to myself? And another detective I really like is Hercule Poirot. And I know there might be 3 or 4 games that have been released on the Switch. I know the ABC Murders. I know there's cases of Poirot. There was something. Oh, it was just the ambulance going down the hill. So I think what took me the longest was the finding information about the pots. Because then I found a guide that actually had screenshots and had numbered everything phenomenally. To like move this mark piece, like let's say 1B, and then move this, and that one I understood. And then when it showed like the bookcases, like bookcase 1, 2, and 3, I only knew about the newspaper and the encyclopedia. I completely missed the bookcase on the left of the fireplace, which was the research, and I was like, I am dumber than a goldfish. And then the second longest thing, I think, is me constantly trying to get the marker in place and constantly fail. So it's Wednesday. Nothing tomorrow, unless I stream in the evening again. If I'm very bored. I streamed yesterday evening. Friday, I am thinking of replaying Transformers Battleground. Because Monday, my mic decided to fuck itself. And the entire VOD, I am muted. Like, it wouldn't move on the mixer. So, the game sounds are okay for once compared to the first time I tried to stream it. But now I actually triple check that the mic is working, both muted and unmuted. Like, I can see the bar moving on the mixer. So I clap my hands really hard near the mic and away from the mic. I have ordered my new headphones, but the store I ordered them from won't have them in stock until January 29th. And all because I wanted to not pay the very high price of tax and shipping from Amazon. So yeah, I'm gonna replay it on Friday. So next Wednesday we have the last case of Sherlock Holmes of this game. And I think I'm gonna... I don't think I need to change the best of the model. It looked like we... like the few screenshots I found of the game, Testament of Sherlock Holmes, he seems to have the same vest and clothing. I don't think I need to adjust the model. But otherwise, thank you all for watching. And I'll see you all on Friday. Or tomorrow evening. Bye-bye.